All right, everybody, it's time. Welcome to the stream. Kind of. I, I haven't gotten my dashboard up yet, so that's a big L on my part. Probably should have had that first. But preparation is the heart of the stream. Anyways, we're 3 hours early today. We are absolutely going at it. 3 hours early. I wanted to be like 4.5 hours early, but I kind of beefed it. You know me. You know me and my punctuality. Either way, this is it. I'm tired as hell, but we've got one way through. We've got only one way through. There's only one thing that we can do, and that's to keep going. That's to keep going. No chance in hell we're giving up now. I'll tell you that for free. We can rest when we're done. Let me tell you something. It's been work. It's been work getting to this point. Artfight ends noon on August 2nd. And, yeah. If we want to finish, we have to go through. Any day now, Blender. Whenever you're ready. Not like we're at a rush to publish this or anything. We're just being wacky here. We're just being goofy. Alright. So we got this goddamn thing. And, first things first. I have to turn off the goddamn physics. In general, the rigid body situation is crazy. Let's put it like that. Can we get this thing cut to pieces by, frame whatever? Probably. Where are you? Eh. Yes, yes. Load it up, load it up. Come on, any day now. So at least in theory, we don't need... Okay, it's got 2 frames in memory for some reason, which I don't know what that means. Oh, yeah, man. Oh, situation. Oh, yeah, and then we have the stretched UV texture here, which, hey, come to think of it, is really, really, really stretched. Huh, interesting. So if I just, like, you know... most intriguing. So that texture is just strictly speaking worse. The object vector is what we want. It's just stretched out as hell over here for some goddamn reason. No, that's really grody. Is it just a matter of... Yeah, it must be. Okay, well... Mark Sham. We don't need to worry about this with this bad boy, thankfully. Only with this guy. Is this at all a problem? Mark Sham. How long has that been there? The hell? When did this happen? When the hell did this happen? Okay, well that's fun, isn't it? If somebody would care to explain to me what is going on, I would love it. Okay, well, let's isolate, I guess. Isolation seems like the solution to this, kind of. Okay, well, let's hide the subdivision, I guess. Why can I not pill? No face is filled. Yes, I could tell. What is this about? No edges selected. Join? Fill? Nothing, huh? Okay, well, hold on. First things first. We gotta close out of this bastard. Sorry, real quick. Don't save. I have no idea when that came up. What the hell is this? Back in we go. How long has this been here? Okay, let's isolate. Everything seems fine. I guess that's good. That might be good. I don't know. Also, for whatever reason, this is contiguous, which is good. We want it to be contiguous. Even with the stretchy UV maps everywhere. If only the Voronoi noise wasn't completely like... I mean, come to think of it, we could just... Could we, though? What in the goddamn hell is this now? Oh, okay. Let's see if we can fix these texturing issues. If we can't, I have a few other modes that we can try. let's see if maybe this works out for us. If it doesn't, I mean... Okay. You could do like a linear gradient mapping across the surface of this thing at various points. And use that. Like, you could use a linear gradient mapping. Plug that into the X scale of the mapping of the Voronoi noise. And in theory, right? In theory, that would correct the texture abnormality. Like, we could do it that way. That's a little weird, but should work. The idea is the higher up you go, the more scrunched the texture gets to compensate for the taper. That should work. So that's one possibility. Okay. Well, we'll see if this fixes it. Okay. I must say, that is substantially worse. This sucks, but is it correct? This sucks and doesn't hide the seam at all, like, even a little bit. Like, the seam is very visible. Very, very visible. Also, am I insane, or did the whole normal map situation just get completely knackered? This is now visible in object. It was not visible in object mode last night, I'll tell you that for free. What happened to the normals? This was not there last night. How did I mess this up? Okay. So the weld needs to go here. Specifically here, and nowhere else. Okay. So another problem fixed, quote unquote. We'll see about okay, well that doesn't work. Yeah, this is a bit of a rabbit hole I didn't want to go down, but you know. Can't ignore the seam that way. Okay, I mean, I guess... UV editor, right? Cool. UV sync selection, yeah, sure about that. Uh-huh. Okay. Oh, Christ. I forgot, didn't I? Okay, well, this is in effect actually fixable, which is great, I suppose. Maybe. It is somewhat more fixable. Oh my god, these spam bots, I hate them so much. Okay. Unwrap angle base, that's great. Hey, hold on. We're cooking now. We're cooking now. We got something here. Alright. That's not bad, no. No, that's not bad at all. I mean, obviously the bad part is that this is a ridiculous UV map. Like, this is not good. But that aside, if you simply had a position, you know? Could you actually efficiently pack this while maintaining any kind of texel density? I don't think you could, which is why we're not baking this bastard. Yeah, no, just bake it out. Look at it. Yeah, just bake it out, bro. What's the problem? What's the problem, bro? Just bake it. Just bake it. But yeah, we fixed it. There is just no efficient UV packing for this, is there? Still, bizarrely contiguous. Mostly. Yeah, mostly. Good luck with this nonsense. If there was a way to align and pack islands, then we might have something here, but there's not. So this is the best we can do. It's not a very efficient UDIM packaging, let me tell you what. Just a nothing texture, really, when you think about it. I don't really know how you'd fix this, like, texture streaming-wise. It's a good thing we're not streaming textures, but good god, like, this is a disaster. This is a really bad case scenario. I don't know how to deal with it. But yeah. Right. Toggle window full screen. Okay. Anyways, we fixed this issue. It only took 30 minutes. Alright. It's not much, but it's progress. We're gonna save, de-isolate, functional tentacles. Good words. Love to say those. Love to say the phrase functional tentacles. The kids love it. The kids love it. BRB. BRB. Alright, I'm back. I'm gonna go to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. Sorry for the long delay, but, you know how it is. Anyways. Alright, back. So now that we got the UV situation taken care of, let's animate you and see if you look good. Ignore the ghosting for a second. Interesting. So the position of the modifier stack really matters, like, a lot. Like, it's absurd how much the position of the modifier stack matters. If you do the weld before the armature deform, Jesus Christ, come on. And you got no seam here. No seam here. But you get that. That's the problem. Modifier stack matters a lot here, more than I anticipated. So armature needs to come after weld. But the second armature comes after weld, we have a problem. Nope. So yeah, as I thought, I really should have had, like, 9. Well, I should have had 8, but made from 7. 7 equally spaced segments, then the middle one subdivided. That would have done this, but safe. Then we could bind them. But I hadn't thought of that, and I don't know how to do that quickly. And I don't want to spend another hour re-rigging this thing, because I've done enough. It's been enough. I'm good. I'm good, man. I can't take it anymore. As sad as it is to put it in those terms, I just can't do it. So yeah, I think we have to go to pose mode. I think we have to limit the constraints. until this doesn't happen anymore. Unhappy, I know. So certainly we can fix this by upping the weld modifier, or at least improve the situation by upping the weld modifier, yes? Edit mode, please. So practically speaking, you should not be in the seam group. Remove from seam group. And likewise, you should not be in the seam group. Remove from seam group. We don't need that. Okay, next. Next question I've got. If we take the measure of this, because if we select, now it's just going to be you bastards. And it had better be just you bastards, alright? Okay. 0.55 meters, huh? Nope. No, not even close. What do you mean? What was that? No, not even close. What are you talking about? Okay, cool. Computer froze. Thank you. God damn, this thing's useless sometimes. Okay. So 0.031 meters. So as long as we're under 0.03 meters, we should have a weld that's useful. Okay. Thank you. Was that so hard? No, it was not. 0.03 meters, in theory. Okay. So it gets a little janked up at this angle. But the real question is, how far does it go? How far can it go? Okay. So 64.9 degrees, apparently. Okay. Okay. I must admit, I'm having some difficulty visualizing this conic section situation. This is a little bit beyond me. The main thing is that we absolutely positively do not want to swing this thing that much. We can just about get away with a little bit less than that, yeah. This much starts causing problems. This much is a problem. Okay. It's gunky. Okay. So yeah, we have that kind of problem from there, but where does the seam stop showing, you know? Okay, cool. Thank you. Bit too much for you, huh? Okay. So I can do this, and we needed to do that. So that's cool. That's cool. Yeah. I'm not fond of the Voronoi noise vein situation I ended up coming up with, but it's better than nothing. Well, yeah, if I had more time, I'd try to do a better vein situation than Voronoi noise like this. But, I mean, I even have a few... I have a few leads. Nothing too crazy, nothing too definitive. But I do have a few leads. Yeah, it's a little jank. It's a little janky, but it'll do the job. Look at that guy. That's great. Look at that. Yeah, it's not winning any awards anytime soon, but actually it's half manageable. Think of it though. Oh, I see. Oh, that's unpleasant. If you're wondering why I think that's unpleasant, let me explain it to you. If you're wondering what prompted that, let's Open this bad boy up, go into pose mode, and get rid of all the rotations. I said, get rid of all the rotations. Okay, fine. Okay, cool. Notice that this thing is functional and cool and good looking, right? Watch what happens as I move it. It stops being any of those things I just said. All of that was carefully positioned. And none of it, I mean none of it will stay. Because that deforms it through object space. So, to do this properly, as it were, we're going to need to parent this bastard to an empty. And then everything will be fine, hypothetically. Mind you, only hypothetically. That's not bad. No, that's really not bad. I was also thinking to myself, perhaps we ought to use an add shader on this. I didn't mean for this to be just be, you know, stare at a tentacle all day, but, you know, that's where it ended up. It's where we ended up. Cursor to selected, please. We will get this figured out. Trust me, we will get it figured out. First, though, gotta go use the restroom again. BRB. Alright, I'm back. So, yeah, first things first is we gotta go to object mode. We gotta add an empty, if you could believe it. Okay. That'll do exactly what I want it to do. Minus the part where we're gonna have to remap all this stuff. That's gonna suck for me, but who cares? Da-da-da. So So then we rename this thing to Tentatracker, because, you know. Do you know? If you don't know, kinda envy you. Put this in if you played Thaumcraft, you know. All these constraints also go in if you've played Thaumcraft, you know. Huh. So. That's already looking pretty good. Unfortunately, the next part is not going to be so easy. It's not going to be that easy to easily won. So this is hooked up to nothing. The good news about that is that it doesn't matter. Wrong. We need this bad boy. Oh, goodness. Okay, well... Okay. Alright. That's looking good. least in theory, this should work just as well, right? At least in theory. Interesting. Doubly interesting. Good thing we went back and checked. Also, this should probably be an add shader, come to think of it. I think I mentioned that before, but yeah, when you're dealing with combinations of emissives and other textures, you typically want something like this. Yeah, it looks different. Better? Well, hard to say. I'd say it looks better for sure. I would love for it to be self-reflecting, but for whatever reason, it can't seem to do that. Like, the other material does not seem to be aware that this is happening. Even though we're using mixed shaders rather than any other kind of shader, so, you know. It should, at least in theory, know what's happening. It's a bit much, isn't it? That'll do, though. Probably. Alright. Okay. Now it's time for this. hide this real quick, thank you. Okay, so we don't need this. Delete all this. We don't need it no more. I think it looks better than before. The real question is, how robust is it? That's the part I'm not so sure about. It should be robust. I've designed it thus, but will it be? No clue. No clue. I want it to be robust. Is that special pleading? Yes. Well... Here's an interesting question. Can we fix this using bone constraints? Using constraints in general? You'll copy the rotation of the enemy at pose segment.008. Cool. Okay. This is proving more of a problem than I had anticipated, but you know. This wasn't supposed to be hard, remember? Okay. Okay, so it's screwed, but it's screwed in just the way that I want. Well. That was weird. Just a little diversion. Just a little keep you on your toes, you know. Make sure you're paying attention. Can't catch you slipping or nothing. Okay. Let's try this one more time with feeling. There, it's done. Jesus Christ. Alright. The stupid tentacle that doesn't even look that good is done. If I thought this through a little bit better, I could have probably done this a little bit better. But here's where we're at. It's functional. We're gonna call that a W. A massive, tremendous, huge windfall. Okay. So the next thing is we're gonna have to try and figure out an establishing shot for this thing. Alright? Now isn't that just fun to think about? Think about establishing shots for this thing. Because I'll tell you something. I don't think we need the colliders to be selectable anymore, if I'm being honest with y'all. Okay, and this thing keeps its tracking. That's good. Alright, I'm pretty sure we don't need the body itself to be, selectable, right? Okay. Well, I suppose we can... Okay, here's my strategy. Here's how I'm gonna do this. We're gonna use empties to mark out important parts, like important zones, where things are gonna be. And we're gonna use that to sort of position out our cameras for the next couple shots. Because we basically need 2 more shots. The first shot is fairly easy. It's tracking vertical shot of the tentacle rising up from the ground. We're going to be clipped. We're going to be like looking at the ground, but the tentacle is going to be in front, so we don't actually see it clipping through the ground, because that's all I need. Okay? We're going to be using a little bit of ambient light as soon as it breaks through to just kind of give it that sort of vibe, and then that's going to be it, you know? If you want to get real fancy with it, and I suppose I do, technically, we can use a Voronoi noise to kind of make light cracks, and then that can make it look better, maybe, I don't know. Other than that, like, if it weren't for the fact that it would look lame as hell, we could even just have a straight vertical shot of the tentacle, right? Then, the second shot, the final shot, is Lux has teleported, as I mentioned before, closer to the tentacle. We don't really think about the hows or the whys. We are following Hollywood logic for the shot altogether here. Don't ask me how she moved 10 meters towards the danger zone. It just happened. And then she's trying to fight off the tentacle, but, you know, she's scared. You know, like she's not ready for it. And it's swinging at her, and then Knox jumps down and cuts off the tentacle. It's really easy when I say it like that, but there's a reason that I started my entire stream, you know, 3 hours early, and I'm hoping that that'll be enough time. The tracking shot should legitimately be easy. But we need to try and... I want to minimize the translation because it is noticeable, especially with the... like, it is highly noticeable, especially with the whole situation, when things are not the way that they ought to be. Let's put it like that. Like, I don't know how better to describe it, but that's how I would describe it. Is that it's because of the lighting that this thing emits and that this thing emits, you can get away with a little bit of it, but not too much, you know? You can only teleport them around so much. So, first place we should... Crystal selected. Cursor selected, please. Okay. Okay. Cursor to selected, I said. Alright. Plane axis empty, please. Okay. Visibility. Show name. Okay, and then we're gonna rename this thing to... Tentacle creation position. What a wonderful sentence that is. Collider's over there, tentacle creation position's over there. We're gonna need to move the collider to the final zone, right? So, the first and simplest thing to do is no. And this looks fine. You could pretend it was good if it wasn't for the shading, you know what I'm saying? Like, shading really kills it, but that's what happens, you know? I'm really frustrated by Eevee's lack of ability to just handle handle dynamic lighting. You know what I'm saying? Because if it wasn't for the mesh lighting off the torches, this would be usable. But you have to light scenes differently in Eevee than you do in Cycles. There's no other way. Trying to make a lighting setup that works on both is a fast track to just hating yourself and life. So, yeah. Ironically, tentacle creation position does not go there. It goes in camera position, and then final shot, please. Okay. So here's another annoying thing, because we don't have the final position of final shot, I have to do this over and over again, I think. I don't know how better to do it, you know? Alright. So obviously we can keep it somewhat like half in frame once we've established what it is, but we can't exactly be doing this all day, you know what I'm saying? Like, man, this tentacle is not easily selectable. I really gotta up my game on these things. Okay, looks like we've got one. Looks like we hooked it in. Why could I move this before? I can move it here, but I can't move it here. That's fun. That's cute. That's beautiful and cute. All right. Well, we've established that it works when it wants to work. So the passive is already animated. You can make this animated as well. Okay. So this one's unpleasant for a number of reasons. We need to figure out a way to just get all of these to turn on at once. But at least now, in theory, when I move this, it all behaves itself, no matter what frame I'm on. Right? I'm very afraid of, you know, forgetting that at some point. But at least now we should be able to pose the damn thing without a problem. Maybe. Okay. Somewhere like that is good. Okay. Like, we could live with that. I don't think this is gonna be my greatest framing in the world, but I should try to make it good. Right? Let's say something like that, you know? Something like that ought to be completely fine, I think. The childhood constraint is really nice and well behaved too for all these minor adjustments. So we could do something like that, and then our camera would yeah, do something like that. Okay, I am. Oh yeah, that's not horrible. I could see this working. Okay. Yeah. So we have the increase there, and then we've already positioned the final shot, as it were. So now it's just a matter of making it all look good, you know? Right, but then there's also the issue of yeah, that'll do it. Okay. We should be able to just... Yeah. Then when he lands, it'll be like downswing, and then he'll cut it up. So that should work. Okay. It's gonna be more complicated than that in practice to time properly, but there's a plan here. There's a vision. Oof. It's gonna be something. I don't know. It might work. I'm scared, but yeah. Alright, I gotta take a restroom break, and then we'll... You can tell I'm scared because my bladder's just like, yeah, no, you gotta go now. This is when you have to go. This is what's going to happen. Whether you wanted to or not. This is how things are gonna go tonight. But, yeah, this looks plausible. This all looks plausible. BRB. Back. You know how this situation goes, don't you? Right, come to think of it, when am I gonna have dinner tonight? The thing about starting 3 hours early is, I did not have lunch much later than usual, but I am not gonna have dinner, so that's cool. Okay. So yeah, in theory, we could create a tracking shot. Okay. The cinematography is not the most creative thing in the world here, but, you know. Man, this is trippy. This thing that the camera does, trippy as hell. My brain understands it, but at the same time I don't. Because the perspective deformation of the triangular pyramid does not affect these being line segments. So it's like, it's very clear that that's a very foreshortened square. Like the perspective on that, the foreshortening on the square, this is a waste of time. Okay. Man, I'm not gonna lie. This stuff makes it sound like I'm doing something a lot worse than what I'm actually doing. The tentacle shot, for Christ's sake. Thank you, Thaumcraft. Yeah, I'm gonna blame Thaumcraft for my creative decisions, alright? Responsible? Me? Ha. Okay, well then we'll move Collider to the right position. Okay. Now let's go to the graph editor. Yeah, using the period on the numpad key is very important for graph editing. If you don't have that, you're going to have a bad time. Does this keyframe hurt or help? Let's delete it and find out. Yeah, we've got a problem here. Okay, so I think the way we fix the problem, right, is starting here, we look down, like... Okay. So that we keyframe that, right? Switch over to that. Okay. Okay, interesting. All right. For some reason, my brain tells me that we want the camera to go this way somewhat. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. So that's good. Now, obviously we need to animate more than just the camera, but... Also, we're on, like, frame 700. We've only got, like, 200 frames to solve the rest of this in. So that'll be interesting. The good news is that it's an action sequence, so it should move more fast-paced. Till the end. There you go. That wasn't so hard, was it? It really wasn't. Okay. So I guess we'll start here. We're gonna say that that's its full height, right? It's not, but it's close enough. Because the idea is that it should never be straight up, except in like maybe transitional poses, because that's the equivalent of an arm snap in regular stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like whenever the IK is in maximum extension and there are no degrees of freedom, it's a bad time. You don't want that. You don't want that. Not in animation. In robotics, it's fine to have a little bit of that going on. Object mode. Okay. So yeah, we start here. Okay. Interesting. So you can indeed just do that, huh? Interesting, okay. All right. Okay, one frame over or something like that. Alright. That's looking good. Okay. The broad idea is that we basically have this thing rise up, lunge at the camera, hard cut over to it fighting with Lux. Then the Knox situation goes on. So obviously we're not there yet. We need to do like a little bit of tentacle writhing and all that good stuff. Then we can, in theory, have it swinging at her, and she's like freaking out. So yeah, that should be fine. But yeah, you can use empties for all kinds of things. Didn't realize it until later, but this empties workflow for cinematography, it's a great idea. Anyways, I can't believe how much I gotta go to the restroom. This is what happens when you have tea later in the day. Anyways, be right back. Alright, folks. I'm back. Let's see what, if anything, we can get going. The thing is, I'm feeling that sort of blank page kind of anxiety, you know what I'm saying? Even though the page is not blank. The page has never been less blank, you know what I'm saying? Everything about this kind of proceeds into itself one way or another. Okay. And at that point, we... Yeah. Okay. So how many seconds is this? 1 Mississippi, 1, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi, 6 Mississippi, 7 Mississippi, 8 Mississippi, 9 Mississippi, 10 Mississippi. Jesus Christ. I need to tighten up this timing on this scene. Mostly, I think I do that by like... I have an idea. Come on. Strength, emission. You know there's more than that in there. I don't know why you're like this, man. It does indeed know, but it only shows one hotkey in there. Sucks for me. Because I need the other thing as well, and it just does not want to keep it there. Like, this is a value. These two are both values. Value and strength. Like, can we keep both of those in the because I have a stupid idea. And you may be asking yourself, well, why stupid idea, Gappers? Why stupid idea when smart idea do trick? And the reason is very simple. It's because basically, like, I have an idea for how we can make this a little bit more intense, a little bit more tough. But basically, the idea is just to mix in. And we also have the curves. We can't forget the curves either. As I realize, we probably want the intensity shift. Let's see. Yeah, in retrospect, I mean, part of the reason that it looks like that, why it feels a little bit anemic, even though we have the emission increase, at least according to me, is because the emission increase is not... You know, like, it's... I should be following like a cubic graph, and that might help. But even then, you need a little bit more than that. So my idea is perhaps... Okay. I don't know about this. It's missing a certain je ne sais quoi. That's the problem. What does that look like? That looks almost obnoxious. Interesting. So yeah, saturating it does also boost the brightness by a substantial amount, to the point where we might want to be using that instead of the emission animation. Yeah, that might be it. That might be it. Okay. So that we had a saturation of 1, right? We start here. And we go to here. An emission of 500, right? So yeah, let's say that we did the saturation of like 2. What does that look like? Doesn't change too much. Okay, interesting. Part of that is probably... Okay, so let's say that we did a saturation of 3, right? Very saturated. Rods and cones everywhere, right? But... like, yeah. Saturation of 1. Does impact the lights, but not as much as you think. Okay, interesting. Okay, if we do a saturation of 3 here... it's looking most unnatural. Okay. So it doesn't really change the brightness too much. 1.5. 1. Okay, so like 1.5 to like 3 doesn't really change much. Okay. So 1.1, 1.2. So 1.2 is where we start capping out, right? So we need to go from 1 to 1.2-ish. Okay, yeah, no, we can do that. Not from 0 to 1 to 1 to 1.2. And we should have something there. One, 1.2. Yeah, no, that might make sense. We could also redshift the light by a little bit. Try to give it a little bit more of a menacing vibe. No, no, no. Oh, okay, so there was a value of 2. Okay, cool. Okay. Well, yeah, that'll do it. You just up the value to a factor of 5 and then make it nuclear. Okay, and then 2 is like, yeah. 3. Okay, 5. Yeah, it just goes up forever, huh? I think that, yeah. I think these are not reliable. Okay, well. Okay. I might be overdoing it. I might just be overdoing it. I might be overthinking it. It's a brightness increase and everything, like it's... Maybe what I'm looking for here should be instead... something like that. I don't know. I can't really preview this real time, so I think I might be wasting my time. Like, I can just bike shed all day, but we need concrete things to do here, and I think it's time I do them. I think it's time that I start doing them, you know? Fun as that is, yeah, we need a little bit more than that. Okay, we'll just keyframe there. Why is the FPS so low? What the hell is that about? What are you doing? What are you doing and why are you doing it? Is the FPS also low here? Yep, something about this is tanking the frame rate. What? What the hell, man? Why? Everything was fine, and now suddenly everything's not fine, and I don't understand. I don't understand one bit. Fucking hell. Well, give me 1 second. Okay. Okay. This almost sounds like a BPRD track. What were you cooking? The Killing Blow, huh? See, and this is why I wanted the pole. Don't ask me why this thing defaults to being so goddamn tiny, by the way. And yeah, I agree, using the object transform in general is not perhaps ideal. Oh, we're in edit mode, of course. Of course we are. Why wouldn't we be? Why wouldn't we be in edit mode, come to think of it, you know? That'd make too much goddamn sense. Okay. Okay, so what about instead of being absolutely on crack, high as hell on crack, right? Okay, maybe a few too many frames on the blend out. Alright, well. Alright, cool. I wonder if it's because of the... I wonder if it's because of the simulation thing. Because we don't need a simulation yet. No, it's not because of the simulation. The simulation's not what's causing that. I don't know what's causing the slowdown, frankly. Nothing's causing the slowdown anymore. It just decided to dip to 17 frames a second for no discernible reason. Got it. I mean, who among us, right? Who among us? Okay. And then the next part after that is just going to be titled Execution. And that ought to do it. However, I've got to go to the restroom. BRB. Alright, well, if you'll believe it, my tummy told me that it's dinner time, so, like it or not, I'm gonna have to deal with that. I'll be right back. I apologize. This ain't gonna be a mukbang stream if I can help it, but we'll see what ends up happening. And then again, my usual favorite dinner, lately, has been a slab of toast with peanut butter on it, so you never know, but ideally, I'll be back soon. Alright, everybody. Back from the dead for real. Apologies again for the slight delay. But, we've done it. Alright, so let's get back into this noise thing that I was working on, eh? The fade up works well. That's all pretty good, right? However, I wonder if we couldn't use this same technique on the actual IK target itself to, you know, make it better. The real question is, will it look good at all? I have no idea about that. I have genuinely no idea about that at all. So we don't mess with the rotation at all. Now let's just start adding modifiers. Let's just add a noise modifier. See what happens. Okay. Let's lower that scale down a lot. That strength down a little bit, huh? So, bump that strength down a little bit, huh? Alright, so let's limit the frame range, for God's sake. Okay. So, limit frame should be 643. Hey. Show me. Alright. 643 to... Oh, about... Definitely by there, so like... 685? Alright. Without this thing in the way, maybe I can see it, you know? I don't know. But it's worth a shot, right? Alright. Maybe it needs to... Maybe it needs to end a little earlier. I don't know. I'm a little forlorn. As it turns out, it's not as easy as I thought it would be, you know? Who could have guessed? This should be good enough, though. I think I'm obsessing over an enemy that should not be the focal point of the animation. So what I'm thinking is, we'll do a kind of rule of thirds scenario. The tentacle swipes once, swipes twice, then on the third one, when it winds up, Knox comes in for the kill. That's what I think. That makes sense to me. Here's the funny part, right? I thought I was done with the NLA editor. I was not, in fact, done with the NLA editor, though, God willing, I will be really, really actually done with the NLA editor this time. Oh, okay. It's just we have a bunch of stuff here instead. Cool. There is so much going on here. Please tell me I can hide some of this. Because no offense, I don't want to know what this is doing, you know? Like, all these lamps, they're just in the way. Can we hide you? We cannot, in fact, hide you, which makes everything a lot more unpleasant than it has to be, man. We have a lot going on here. I don't want to be managing all this. I have cameras. I have full characters. Like, this is important. The enemy's important. What the drill may or may not be doing at any given point in time is not important. Okay, I don't even know what I did. I think I deleted that, which would have been hugely bad. Anyways, the reason that we need a second track for the enemy is because we need to, like, smash cut, and that means that, you know, we need to interrupt the movement, and the easiest way to do that is with the NLA editor, to just hard... The NLA editor is better for making hard cuts in between, like, hard cuts in between different movements than it is for making smooth, blending animations into one another. I'm sure it can do both, but in my experience, it is much better at the latter than the former. Or at the former than the latter, rather. But yeah, what I would say is, I understand why people use Cascadeur. It may not be the best. No, on the contrary. And for all that it sucks, there are reasons people use it. Yeah, I don't know. I am somewhat tremendously disappointed in the NLA editor. If you'll pardon me while I have my meal, maybe the best kind of capital C content for this situation is just a review of what I don't like about it. The first things first is that it's very much confusing to know what you are editing at a given point in time. It's very difficult to know, and I think that's the worst cardinal sin that the NLA editor commits. Above and beyond all the other things that it does wrong, I think the thing I least like about it is not understanding what the hell you are doing at any given point in time. And I think that's a fundamental sort of error in UX and UI. Like, no matter what, that's a sin, you know? Second of all, it's just the mix modes, the blend modes, they do not give you the sort of influence that you would expect over these things. I was hoping to have a sort of automatic way of dealing with things, and instead, what I got was, apparently this is really good for copying animations. Like, if you cut something in half, you can then cut anything in half that you can rig with the same skeleton. So, for example, I could get my tentacle getting cut in half, right? And then I could just do that, like, just make, like, a tree that is a straight-up tentacle, right? And then you could cut the tree in half. And it would work fairly well. Leaving aside the fact that the tree would be rigid and the tentacle would not be rigid. That is a difference. And it's like, oh really, is that all? And there's ways around it. You can animate the constraints themselves and how they behave. That would do it. But yeah, the NLA editor does not save you a lot of manual labor. That's its big problem. It does not, in fact, save you a lot of value. I really wish it did. Unfortunately, it did not. If I had time and budget to pursue this, I would do things differently. As far as concepts go, I'm fairly happy with the result. But really, I could have done a lot better. Still, I think this should be more than enough. Alright, with some food in my stomach, hopefully I'm a little bit more cogent. So yeah. So far as I know, we don't, strictly speaking, need to animate these, except by animating the armature itself, of course. Where is Lux herself? I guess we have to use the search function? Okay, well, this is frozen. Just searching for things frozen it. Really? Can you explain what you mean by that? Why did you crash, Blender? I'm getting fed up with the program a little bit. Like, what did I ask that was so insane? That's all well and good. What do you mean, no action? Why no action? What do you mean by that? You clearly have an action in mind. Do you want to explain? Where is it, huh? We had 8 different... Going through every single one of these, trying to figure out what the hell's going on. Why in God's name are Lux's actions not showing up? They're still here. They're clearly not gone. They're just not in the action, not showing up in the action editor anymore. Why? Is this how Alt H works? Like, the actions are still here. They have users, thank God. Every single one of them does. Every single one of them does. You want to explain what's going on? Man, I don't like the NLA editor. What do you mean that my NLA editor just stopped showing me the actions? How? How do I fix it? Man, I'm on the verge of tears with some of this stuff. Like, this is dismal. This sucks so bad. Oh yeah, we don't know where the actions are. The hell you don't? You clearly do. You're playing them just fine. Where are the actions? Why aren't they here? Oh, that's why. Cool. So for those of you keeping track at home, when you use the search option to try and find things, what it actually does is obscures things. Everything under armature.lux disappeared. In fact, everything disappeared except Lux, and there's no actions found, you see. There's no actions found, you see. I'm gonna crack, like, simple UI fixes, right? Simple UI fixes for the NLA editor. Just don't do it this way. Don't do any of it this way. What is the scene action? Why is it here? Who knows? I don't see anything in the scene action strip. Do you? I happen to don't. Delete tracks, no action. Yeah. I happen to not see a goddamn thing. Here, likewise, I happen to not see a goddamn thing. Push it down, I don't see... Okay, there's a spare ladder climb in I.R for some reason. Isn't that cool? It's 1 frame long. It's 1 frame long. So we gotta be careful messing around with the action editor because this can happen. You gotta be very, very careful. See, this is just what makes the NLA editor such a giant pain to work with. I don't need this here. I don't need this here. Goodness me, I don't need it here. Hopefully pushing the things that I actually needed down onto the camera editor don't cause problems. I hope they don't. I'd be very hopeful that that's not the case, you know? It'd make me very happy. Very goddamn happy. Yeah, just being able to... Wait a minute. Why would you do this to me? Well, at least in theory. At least in theory, what I did just now was fine. And we'll watch the movie just to be sure. At least in theory. I didn't see anything that should cause alarm. Okay, we're going at 12 FPS for some reason. Something's lagging out the controller, but what? I don't know. Maybe the scene has just gotten so big that the thing is just like, no, I can't do this anymore. I can't do this anymore. Don't ask me why Eevee's like this. I've looked up tutorials for Eevee rendering because that's a thing that you need now. Eevee was supposed to be the easy renderer. Now it's just the renderer that goes fast if you know what you're doing. And if you don't know what you're doing, then the prep time is substantially worse. But yeah, why 12 FPS? Like, we don't... Delete all bakes. We don't need whatever's happening here. I don't understand why it's so goddamn expensive. Like, what's causing this problem? I assure you that will probably affect render times. Oh, speaking of render times, we ought to see what the render... We ought to do a test render here just to make sure the render times haven't gotten even longer. Which, you know, they might. They might do. And test render, you know what that means, right? We all know what that means, yes? The stream's gonna get a little hinky for a second. Also, no window full screen. I don't even know if I want to save a goddamn thing. I mean, if I've ruined something about the animation, I won't know until much later. I won't know until much later. It's too late. Oh, right. Have I mentioned how much I really don't love this situation? Okay, anyways. Let's give this one a run for its money. Let's, render image, please. Alright, everybody. If you don't hear back from me, you'll know what happened. Oh, Vino says, my little Aoni. And Vino says, gonna go make coffee. Hopefully you start reading chat in the meantime. Yeah, sorry about that. Sorry about that. Whoops. Anyways. Render image. And no, I did not search for layer. I just searched for lux. Okay. Window capture. Okay. Oh. Might not have been fast enough to beat Blender's GPU throttling to the punch. Come on. Come on. You can do it before. Nino says, that'd be why I hit anything that doesn't have Lux in its name. But that includes everything under the Lux armature. So, like, Lux as an armature has Lux in the name, obviously. So it just erases everything inside of its inside of its layers. So, I don't know. I understand what you're saying, but that's not intuitive to me. Obviously, this is not going to be in focus because the focal point has not yet been set. It's focused on the pipe, but we don't care about the focus of the pipe. Okay, so this is promising. This is for some reason 4 minutes. For some reason this shot is 4 minutes. According to the time estimates. That's very weird. Okay, so we have a few 7-minute shots. Why are they 7 minutes? Shrugging emoji, I don't know. Seems fine to me. LGTM. Looks good, the manual. So this one's super noisy at 126. Oh, never mind. The next 32 samples really cleared it up. I don't really know why it hitches that way, especially since the MIDI isn't even dying this time. Okay. I mean, it looks awful so far. Definitely not a lot of light, and I don't know where the light is coming from, even. Okay, I mean, that's not horrible at all, even. Obviously, it's not in focus. That's a good reminder that we actually need to set the focal length of this goddamn thing. But yeah, no, that's fine. At least anything non-final is, in theory, able to be edited, so I don't think I've messed anything up. I'm just going through these all, you know. Making sure that I don't have anything stupid set up. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna be using a lot of different influence and tracking shots, weird stuff, so we'll see. I haven't messed anything up. File, clean up, purge unused data. Apparently. Everything should be good. Now we just need to actually animate the template tracker, please. In theory, should be 0 around here, fractional around here, then 1 around there. Yeah, so... Zero around here. Around here. So clearly it needs to start Yeah, and so for whatever reason, this thing is running at 12 frames per second, incidentally. I think the reason it's doing that is because of the emission textures that I required to make this thing stick. But I couldn't tell you, really. But yeah, so that's good. That's almost exactly what I wanted. Now don't ask me what this bright blue line is about, because I couldn't tell you. Don't forget, we're gonna have to make another one, huh? Alright. So at least in theory that should help. Okay. That'll be... God damn. I really don't have a lot of time. Frame 160 is over here. So the good news is we have at least 10 seconds to really get going. I need to use the NLA editor for Knox, swapping to knife as well. Come to think of it, when I had bad performance on Eevee, it was in the Vi animation where I use the same object empty parenting trick to do texturing. So I think in general, this thing doesn't appreciate having you use objects to texture things. At least not if those things are animated. That must be why it's slow. Which is fine, honestly. It'd be nice if we could material, like, don't render this in... only render this in cycles. Which is not a bad question, actually, come to think of it. Okay, anyways, I'm mostly just procrastinating at this point. So the very first thing that we have to do, the very first procedural thing that we have to do, is we have to make sure that Lux is okay, which is fine. Easier said than done, but not really that hard. And you figured out that you were supposed to be hold forward. Good. Alright, so it turns out that, Okay, so it turns out that it's buggy when you do this, so don't do this. Okay, at least hopefully now I won't lose you, at least in theory. Okay. Let me in there. Okay. Okay, so 550 to okay, 725. Got it. Okay. Okay. So we'll get her out of the way. And this will get her in position for whatever we need her to do. Also, I can stop doing the tracking shot hell personal punishment thing. Okay. Like, yeah, logically this only makes some amount of sense, but it's too late, and I don't care. At some point, you have to kill the cinema sins inside your heart, you know? At some point, you have to do it. Instant transmission seems to work just fine here. So that's good. We did it. Instant transmission. Yup. Alright. Right. So that was the thing with this. I was like, what in the goddamn hell? How'd I break it? The answer is I did not break it. However, the frame rate is dismal even though nothing is happening. Really don't know what that's about. Like, it's dismal no matter what, right? Yep, 15 FPS here. Then it goes to a solid 24. I don't get it. Is there anything to get? It must be caching the animation or something. That must be it. Okay. Frame 725, uh-huh. Alright. Alright. So the beautiful news is we no longer have to do anything crazy. This goddamn thing at a Dutch angle. It is fractionally at a Dutch angle. We love that. How does this even happen? I don't know, but it happens. Sure, I'll leave that little bit of noise in. Why not? It's microscopic. Alright, so clearly not quite the motion that I want. Okay. So now we've got that there. We can tweak the object transform until Lux is under threat. That's good. So the most harmful that this thing can be is like right around here. Okay. God damn it, I really messed that up, huh? Okay, well, I guess I have to move the marker one by one. Okay. So. Yeah, that's still a positive hit, so that will be more than enough for danger close. Okay. Turns out that her knees were the most selectable part of her. Wouldn't have expected that. Now, where was the reset and all that we did? I forget here. Okay. So at least in theory, we should be able to just do this and have it be normal. And it says, I pose to assert dominance. Exactly. And to assert temporal inconsistency, but also spatial consistency. I pose to assert spatial consistency. That's what we're really dealing with here. Instant transmission noise. It's really spectacular. But I gotta go to the restroom and then we can actually do the work. It's a good thing that I started like 4 hours early, 3 hours early. It gave me some time to get to this actual critical point. Anyways, BRB. Okay, I'm back. I don't think we need this. I think we've committed about as hard as we can to the current circumstances. Now it's time to make a bunch of different empties. I honestly don't think we need this giant raft of collision empties anymore. That I don't think we do. I think we could just hide them because they're a little distracting. Alright. So first things first. Cursor selected. Let's make it empty. Okay. Target 01. And then we're going to make that non-selectable. And we're going to show the name. But, use target 01. Target. No, that's me. That'll do it. Okay. So with that, we have the basics. The first thing I'm going to time is the swing of the tentacle. That should be the fastest thing to do. And the main thing is just to get it to Hmm. Why are so many random things selected, none of which I care about? This is where I want things to be. Okay. I think I needed more IKs here. If I had done this before, if I had done this some other time, if I had more time, that'd be one of my things. But, well, as I've made clear many times, okay. Well, that didn't look like a bounce at all. This is presently useless. It will be useful later. So let's get the graph editor out. That is an interesting definition of Z, but I'll take it, sure. Interestinger definition of Y. remarkably smoother somehow. Well, maybe not. I'd say that's good enough. Alright. Okay, so it's gonna be like... let's say 726 to 900, right? Interestingly, enemy intro goes above execution in the order, I think. What did you add a track to exactly? Not that one, man. Not that one at all. Here. Add a track. Can you... wait... yeah, add a track here, then. Why? Okay. Of course. Who didn't see that coming? I love the NLA editor. I love how... Why are you invisible? Ah, you're invisible because of that. Okay. So now you should behave, in theory at least. Maybe, I don't know. That'd be nice if you behaved. See, the problem is that it targets the same area twice, and that's no good. And that's no good. The good news is, because it's an overhead, it can target multiple areas, you know? So the real question is, does it scan? Yes, it does. Look at that. We did it. Look at that! Now, mind you. Yeah, it looks, yes! That's what I wanted. That's what I wanted. All this freaking out over that. It looks right. It doesn't... It's perfect. It's beautiful. It's beautiful is what it is. And it says dominance successfully asserted. Yes. Alright. You can see how everything's gonna go. Most of everything, anyways. Not bad. The real question is, where is the target? And can we make these earlier attacks any better? Oh, and I guess we've got to Shift D this so that I can actually see. Alright. So I'm gonna say that that probably works. Okay. Okay. Time to go back to the NLA editor. And the action... Oh, yeah, we should stop tweaking this, because for now, this is all we can do of execution for now. Execution makes it sound like it's executing Lux, but we know the truth. Knox is there to make sure of it. Believe it or not, that jerky maneuver is exactly what we want. Now we just gotta have a way to make her dodge. Also, do you use depth of field? Because if you don't, everything's gonna look a little janky. You do. Use the same focal tractor as everybody else too. That's nice. I wish I knew why. It says time to unassert dominance. Almost exactly right. I am also unasserting dominance myself. Just because this is gonna be a little tough. Not great, not terrible. It says, should Lux still have a drill out? Yes. She will. We can copy that pose from somewhere else, basically. So yeah, let's go ahead and do that at least. We can have that much ready for her. We should get out of tweak mode here. Hell, man, this was all working before. It says WTF, oh indeed. Or is it just because... just because of this? Hold forward. Nothing, perhaps? Everything was fine. Why did you do... What happened? Something had to have happened here, but what? What happened here? Since when has this been messed up? Why are you here? All this stuff we had fixed. What's going on? Oh my god. I really hope there's an easy way to fix whatever's gone here. People say the NLA editor's good. Christ. We fixed one problem. Now we just need to figure out what the hell happened here and how to fix it. Is it because of this? No, it's not because of that. That would be great. Why? Why did you do me like this? When did you get messed up? How do I fix you? I mean, look. This wasn't like this before. The hand is wrong, too. Hold? Is it? Okay. At some point that got turned into a hold when it should have been a hold forward. Okay. That explains everything, I guess. Why did you get so small, incidentally? What was that about? Well, first things first, let's, if we just hold forward, is it fine? Yes, for a given value, fine. The drill tweaks, clearly something's wrong. So yeah, one more reason among many to just be completely despairing of the NLA editor. You can tell me that I did it wrong. You can tell me that I wasn't supposed to do it the way that I did. But, let me tell you something. Not edit mode, pose mode, for God's sake. Okay. Copy pose. Okay. Okay. And everything's good from then on, so that's good. We have fixed the mystery of the disappearing tiny drill. One mystery we haven't fixed yet is... what the actual hell, man? Let me guess. Yep. For whatever goddamn reason. Influence. .7 and then 1. Every time. Keyframe 1. Keyframe 1. Keyframe goddamn 1. Huh. Have you failed me as well, Windows Media Player? Oh, yeah, you have. You're freezing. Okay, well, hold on. Hold on, everybody. I have to toggle window full screen so that I can go do surgery on the Legacy 32-bit Windows Media Player. God, it's dead. Alright, Windows Media Player, come on now. Okay, we're actually going to need to whip up Task Manager for this one. I can't believe this, but Windows Media Player is dying too hard. Jesus Christ. Okay. Back to normal, I guess. The computer's really struggle bussing here. Okay, back again for more, I guess. Anyways, we were doing all that for a reason. Had nothing to do with this. Okay. Copy pose. Here we go to Lux Finale. Really now. Are you playing with me? What's going on? Okay, finally, it's acting normal, as I say. As if any of that was normal, you know? It's a small hand. Yeah, it's a small hand, alright. It's a small hand after all. But at least now she's like that. Okay. After that brief, complete loss of sanity for a moment there, I'm gonna save, and I'm just gonna go to the restroom real quick. DRB. Alright, everybody, I'm back. Thank you for your patience. So for her to properly dodge this, by frame 29, something needed to have happened. What exactly, we don't know yet. But she can't move forward relative to the camera, because otherwise she would be hit. She can move backwards. She probably can't duck. But what she probably can do is if we stance her up, first things first, right? Face the goddamn thing. Look at the goddamn thing. Face the goddamn thing. Who was the genius who framed her? Like this. Just real quick. Oh, cool. We didn't actually save a goddamn thing. Got it. Of course. It's in the camera frame. Okay. Okay, good. How much easier can I make my life just by doing this? I think the answer is quite a bit. That is a goddamn lot of camera roll. Way too much. Okay. It really is kind of insane that I was like, yeah, this is parallel. This is roughly parallel. I'm fascinated by how this could have possibly... What do you mean? Have you been tilted this entire time? No, you have not been tilted the entire time. You are in point of fact straight. Cool. So, yeah, anyways. We'll save ourselves a whole hell of a lot of time just by doing this. Yeah, but will the framing be good? As good? And I don't know about that. probably work. So basically, we just need to keep the camera entertained till like frame 780 maybe. Yeah, that'll probably help. Yeah. What about messing with the focal length? Okay. Now we only have to do like this much focal length, which is like 70 mil. Okay. No, I said 70 mil. Well, because let's see, 65 mil means. Okay. Okay, we got it. Supposedly. How does that even happen? That seems fine, I suppose. Well, let's start with our girl stanced up. Step number 1, stance up the girl. What the hell is happening? Oh, Jesus Christ. I want you who've been holding this pose for 57 billion years. From the dawn of time to the death of the dinosaurs, I don't want to hear it. IK influences 100% unless I say otherwise. Step 1, let's stance up our girl. First. I am fascinated by whatever I'm seeing here. Okay. It's August 1st. Last day of Artfight. Well, technically the second. It was supposed to be the last day of Artfight. There were supposed to be 11 hours remaining, but things did not shake out that way. Okay. Right? I left her dimmer switch at the door. It's around here somewhere. There it is, apparently. Yep. Tiny, impossible to... impossible to spot, really. Let's see, how'd I do this? Okay. For the love of God, let's see. That'll be enough. I'd love to know how you even parse this. Like, in what universe could this possibly be what I meant? You know? Like, yeah, really? This is what you think I mean? This and nothing else, huh? Nothing else comes to mind besides this, huh? Okay, well, this isn't gonna work. So you can do what I'm telling you to. You're just refusing to. I see. What in the Achewood am I even seeing? Achewood ass eyebrows. I made them. I get to say that. In what microverse, you know? Like, how the hell? The extent of microexpressions is like... This is barely usable, it turns out. Because it just does this, somehow. Yeah, I can parse that. That makes sense. In conclusion... This whole concept was workable, but it was not workable with the lines. The lines were never the answer. The lines were a red herring. I can do that. I can do that. It just doesn't look good. No. This is the closest to looking good that I can make it, I think. That's... Yeah. Oh boy. Copy pose. Pace X flip pose. Well, given the positioning, we need to be a little bit more assertive with our, was the plan with these? I don't know. Really should have thought this through once or twice. Good enough, I guess. Sure. Now we're talking. That might be the closest to shock that I can get with these eyebrows. I really should have like tested this stuff a little bit more. I was really. I didn't think I would go this insane, you know. Let's save that. Let's save the work that we've done here. Okay. Okay. Hey, that's not bad. Okay, it only took me like an hour. So presumably she has to recover after leaning back that far. And by this point she has to dodge out the way. So let's lean her forward. Okay. In conclusion, hands are very important and they take such a goddamn long time to pose. Also, this is the most ridiculous fist pose I've ever done. Oh my god. So that the lighting will help. Okay. So if I want her to dodge to the left, which I do, interesting, okay. Her forward. Let's her raise the drill up a little bit further. Okay. You were rotating weirdly on me, you know that? You do have active element, please. I'd love to know how you're even doing that. Okay, well, if I can't tell that it's clipping, then the camera is probably not going to be able to tell that it's clipping either. So that's good. We'll find out if these eyes make any goddamn sense at all very soon. I think they do. So obviously we can't just do this. It would be really funny. Just be like, nah, she can do the electric slide. It almost makes sense. We just need like one or two more poses and then it'll be fine. Jesus Christ. We've been going for 7 hours. I mean, that's why I started early today. Like quite a lot. So it'd be like I've been going for 4. But boy, does it not feel like it. The closer I get, the harder it gets. That's the problem. Like mentally, physically. So to go from this pose to this pose, we'd have to move both legs. If she hopped, you know, ask how many more sequences do you have to animate? I mean, depends on how you. This is technically the last one, depending on how you count it. Depending on how you count it, like this is the last shot. Basically, this guy gets cut in half by Knox, and then that's it. So I have to animate Knox jumping, like stepping up a stair step, jumping off the stair step, and then that's it. You know, like. That's pretty much it, you know? Should, in theory, be easy. In practice, I don't know. You know, it says, this is why animated robots should have wheel feet. I mean, the funny thing is, in Thaumcraft, you can absolutely give your golems wheel feet, from what I remember. If you remember, we had when we had a house, in the mod pack where we had a house, I believe it was the Overbridge pack, we had a patch of Ender Lilies. And we had a little golem, just like Lux here, made out of tallow. It would collect the Ender Lilies, and its regeneration would keep it from dying from all the cactus damage. It had wheel feet so that it would move faster. That almost makes sense. It's just at this point she needs to get airborne a little bit, and then it'll make sense, I think. Okay. So what we're gonna do about that is we're gonna duplicate all this. She lowers her drill too early. I don't know. Seems good enough. That's my cue to call it good, I think. I don't know. Can do a little bit of work that I need to do later. Okay. At this point, at this exact frame number, really? Oh, at this exact frame number, okay. So we need some eye darts. That's one thing that was clear in my vision from this. So, you know. actually see her eyes when they're like that? I don't think we can. Okay, well that doesn't work. That works a little bit more, I think. We'll keyframe that. Alright. So let's say that that's good enough, because it's better than a lot. it says, I don't know how much extra work it would be to have her swing her arms out a bit wide as she hops to the side. That would make it look better, but maybe finish the rest of it and see if you have time for that. It shouldn't be too hard. I mean, she already swings her arms out. In my opinion, it would be more about, this is, I mean, kinda. No, I get what you're saying. It's definitely not enough. It'd be basically more about, like, getting this sort of tuck-in animation brought in a little bit. Oh, right, except it doesn't work that way. Like I said, this is actually a pretty quick and easy fix. So what we do is we just tuck our arms in like this, a little bit, right? By tuck our arms in, I mean tuck our arms into her body, too. I really need to figure out what I did wrong there. I have some ideas of how I could have remedied that, but they're all in the rear view now. As tucked in as you'll go, girl. It says she should swing her arms up to initiate the hop. Imagine how you'd hop. You'd crouch and pull your arms down, and you'd swing your arms up while at the same time extending your legs. Because of the way that momentum of your arms helps you hop. The current animation kind of has her arms acting like dead weight. They don't add, they'll hop. Yeah, you're right. Of course, I have to figure out what I did wrong here first. That'll do it. Okay. It says, this is why I suggested to finish the rest of the work and then see if you have time remaining to improve this. Makes sense. I mean, no, you're not wrong. It says you can always additionally obsess over the realism of the physics and animations, but negotiating the time and energy budget is the remaining factor. It's true. We try deleting these keyframes and seeing what we're left with. problem with IK is that it's really hard to get the, it's really hard to get the pose to pose right, you know? This thing really wants to be wrong. This says, we can only hope that Blender will eventually add an IK but goodly option. Those exist. They're just typically called professionally made rigs. They have FK IK switches, so what you can do is you could copy the position that you would like the arm to have to the FK, the forward kinematics. Then you can move the IK, like copy the position to the IK, and the IK will be like, okay, this is where you want me? No problems. In conclusion, you should definitely do a child of the palm bone to do the thumb with, but I hadn't thought of that. But yeah, we're gonna say that this is yeah, we should lower pelvis a little bit. There we go. That should help. Good enough. Okay. Now it's time to go over to the tentacle. Yeah, and we're done tweaking this. Okay. Sometimes these kind of artifacts happen if you just push it too far, you know? Yeah, that's much more normal. Alright. So, Knox, it's your turn to shine. I have set up the kill for you, right there. Alright, time for Knox. Kept you waiting, huh, buddy? Alright. This next part better not take 4 hours. If it only takes 2, I might be good. If it takes more than that, Christ save us. Oh yeah, and then I need to make sure that the focus is in focus, otherwise the entire thing's going to be a blurry mess. Better make sure that doesn't happen. Anyways, oh yeah. Execution, you've come as far as you'll be able to go. I assure you about that. Alright, we gotta be in object mode, I suppose. Okay. The minimal posing job required. Final shot, I need... Require your finest cutscenes. So yeah, by frame 790, he needs to be up on there. And it's gonna be grab, transition to knife, jump in the air, stab enemy. From there, it's all about timing these 3 things. You know what I'm saying? Easier said than done. But as long as they all make sense, we will eventually get a, as Vino says, goodly result. So yeah, frame 805? No, 790. 790 is when... Okay. So 782 is the first frame that Knox is even remotely visible, I think. 783 technically. So yeah, 782, Knox finally does something. Alright. We do not need the action editor here. We need the dope sheet. We need you. Knox. Okay. And it says, let's hope he knocks it out of the park. Yeah, let's hope he does. Gotten used to moving these bastards, what can I say? Oh, so for you, I realized that the Locosphere and the other sphere should not be parented. For you, I figured it out. Good. Great that I thought of that then. Great that I thought of that then. Uno says, at least it helps now. No lies detected. No lies detected. Oh, buddy, you need to move here. Frame 790, yes? Okay. Little did I suspect. Dude, in what universe? So if I understood correctly, you said the professional IK setups are like IK what you're talking about, whereas the ones that are like IDK what you're talking about, the professional ones just remove the D. Orchidectomy rigs, yes. I have so many questions. All of them are answerable by, for whatever reason, this thing is not properly rigged. Okay, well, let's see. My friend, I can't even tell what axis you're supposed to be moving in because you have completely botched it. So, you should not rotate in the X. Okay. Now do this, but the opposite. Can you do that, but the opposite? You can if I force you to. Okay, so we don't have to be too focused on this one. And it says, enroll Knox to movement school ASAP. Yeah. It says, there's cinematographic but mastery potential here. Knox jumps down and swaps for the blade while falling, which is shown at temporary dramatic slow motion, which returns to regular motion as the superhero lands. That's probably a bit too ambitious. I get what you're saying, and yeah, no. I've looked into slow-moing things in Blender, and there's a few ways to do it. All of them would require too much time. Like, what you're saying is not nonsensical by any means, and I do think it would be a good scene, but also slow-mo means I would have to render less frames. Let's not forget that, but I assure you, there's no way to do it fast, which is about where I'm at. Yes, this is what I was worried about. There might not be enough time. I'm not talking about me running out of time, just in case anybody's feeling alarmed. I mean timing on the camera. We're not at the point where I'm running out of time yet. I've got another 8 hours before I can say I'm really cutting it close. And even then, I'm probably not cutting it that close, but I would rather not get to the 12 a.m. mark. My goal is to be done within the next 4 hours or so, or at least cart it off for rendering then. And hopefully, that will be enough. But we'll find out. I hate to say it, but we'll find out. Something's not right here. Hey, I found out what's not right. The hell happened to the tentacle? What? Christ almighty, what happened? And it says, it flopped. No, it didn't even flop, no. Look, where's all this stuff? Why is it in its own... What do you mean by that? What was here? What do you mean? No, 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 no. Oh, okay, this bit for some reason is just on its own thing. And it says, okay. What I love about the NLA editor is that I couldn't tell you how that happened. It's probably technically my fault. But I'm not even convinced of that. Look at this. It's fine. Look at this, it's fine. Fuck. Ah, man. Whatever, it's fine, and I'm fine with that. I have to be fine with it being fine. And it says majorly lopsided animations. Yeah. The point is that the tentacle has to be extended for the knife cut to happen, so it's gonna be majorly lopsided no matter what. Bonk. As you can see, this is the perfect position. And if Knox doesn't get here in time, it will hit Lux. So obviously, Knox is gonna get there in time. See, Knox's elbows make a lot more sense, kind of. Still have problems with them. But by comparison, they can be somewhat more well behaved sometimes. Not always, though, mind you. Case in point. Case in point. What the hell is happening to any part of you at any given point in time, buddy? Yeah, the thing about hand poses is they may seem like a time waster, but then you can copy them later, so... Some of the most reliable copies in the business, let's put it like that. It's actually kind of crazy how much more well-behaved this hand is than Lux's, simply because the geometry is so simple. So the lack of a palm, like the pre-thumb, you know, hand thing, doesn't cause problems the way it would with other rigs, such as Lux's. Can't believe I'm able to correct this thing live at the time like this. Yes, I can. Dude, yes, I can. Hey, you're supposed to be able to rotate in the Z. You can rotate in the Z, you know. You're just not rotating in the Z. Why? You can't rotate in the Z. You can rotate in the Y and in the... You should be able to rotate in the Z, that was the thing. But you shouldn't be able to rotate more than a couple degrees in the X. Or more than a couple degrees in the Y. Okay. So, I'm thinking probably like... It is 60 to 60. Oh no, you can rotate more. You can rotate less this way. You can rotate more this way. Okay. Like negative 60 to 60. I'm gonna need a little bit more time hanging on that, huh? Okay. That's fine. This ought to give me enough time to do everything I need. Alright. Good God, what a mess. I'm gonna go to the restroom. But, yeah. This is getting there. Crazy, believe it or not. BRB. Okay. I'm back, as you could probably tell. I hope to God this ends up looking good. But I won't know either way until I deploy. I could try and make a better one, but I don't know about all that. Cubic easing with overhead shoot and settle, except I see none of those things. Surely I don't. Yeah, that graph editor could use some help, I think. Why are we going at like 2 frames a second? Can you explain why it's 18 frames? Like, it's like this thing knows I'm about to be done. Well, major... About to be done is maybe an overstatement, but... Alright. There's in theory a way to do it with curves, but you know. The hell happened here? Well, we had a little bit of an oopsie, I see. This time, oh yeah, lest I forget. At some point in all that, so all the hand stuff should happen a little bit later. Wow, it's almost like I really animated him. the most ergonomic view. They're saying it's perhaps the greatest and most ergonomic view of all. This is how animators used to do it back in the Fortran days, I'm sure. I'm sure they used to do it like this. That's perfect, honestly. There's only one thing missing. He needs to tuck in his foot before he does that. It should be in the air here. I can come down softly around then. Okay. Oh, god damn it. I don't even know how you fix something like this. Oh. You fix it by not showing it on camera. God damn. Thanks, past me. Uncharacteristically thoughtful of you. You typically mess things up like that real easy. It's not often the case you look out for me like that. God damn. Past me looks after me as if they were myself. Give me another double, please. Give me another set of 2s. That should be enough. Just 2 more frames, dog. 3, okay, 4, fine, 4 more frames. 4 frames ought to be enough, alright? Okay. I can't neglect the fact that I'll also have to make his eyebrows angry before I forget. Yeah, I should probably do that now, in fact. Maybe a bit much. Hard to say, right? All I know is that landing time is frame 8 landing time is frame 835. So, well, we're going there. Oh yeah, funny thing about all this is that at the end of all this, and by the end of all this, I mean when the time is right, I have to still, mind you, parent a collider to the bones, so that, you know, with great force, the thing may be split. You got it in one, buddy. How'd you know? All right. Where is bro looking? Somewhere beneath the ground. Somewhere beneath the ground. That's cool and all, but we can just do it like this. So here's how it's not going to play out. Bonk. Just certifiably incorrect in all respects. So we're using the tentacle as our single source of truth for whatever reason. You know, as kick-ass as this animation has already been, and as kick-ass as it's clearly going to be, this is too much. This was hubris. Everything about this was hubris. Like, the more I look at it, the more I'm like, what the hell? What fresh hell did I think I was in that I'd be able to not only do this, but do this well? Do this well. What was I thinking? The phrase I usually use is, what manner of artisanal crack was I smoking? And I hold behind that. I ain't sell this kind of stuff. The beauty of it is, once you have a specific camera angle in mind, you only have to make it make sense from that one camera angle. And that is a relief. Good God. So as insane as it might be, we're almost quite done, but we're not done. The beautiful thing is I'm pretty sure we'll be done by 8 a.m. Another 2 hours oughta be enough. Jesus Christ. We have so many seconds left. Okay. So check it out. Check out all that we have yet to do. Okay. First is selected. Cube. Oh, is that so? Love to know which axes those are. Okay, so that's the Y. good enough. Don't you freeze on me, you rat bastard. Don't you freeze on me, you rat bastard. Not now. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, it's going bad. Okay. And it says, took a quick nap. How's it coming along? Oh, it's going. I would say it's definitely going. We've got this much, which is not quite a finished product, but... bonk. Now that looks terrible from there, but if you look from here, it looks... acceptable-ish. Obviously, there are certain problems. That'd be the way I would describe it, you know? But anyways... time for the moment of truth. It says, need remove problem button. Well, I don't know about problem, it just needs to look good. Animate property. Oh yeah, and we need to, Are you all keyframed now? No, I need to do it individually. Cool. Why do you do me like this? Blender? Blender, please. Ah. Trust. 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 And it says, this is definitely exactly precisely what you needed. It's definitely exactly that. Come on, man. Don't be doing me like this. Oh my god. That is definitely exactly precisely what I needed. Friggin' hell, man. Oh no, not again. I accidentally opened 2 Blender instances because I thought I had to when it crashes, so now it's going to take extra long to load. Oh, man. Oh, to have come this far. Nothing good about that. Okay. Yes, so anyway, what the hell is happening? Well, that's simple. Because it doesn't have any data any memory and any frames in memory, the cache is outdated. And boy, is it outdated. It doesn't know how to simulate this properly, so it just puts it back to their original spawning positions and is like, this is what happened to it. This is what happened to it. This is definitely what happened to it. Well, why would anything else have happened to it? Obviously, that's not what actually happened to it. Case in point. Case in point. That's what actually happened to it. So yeah, the stale cache, always a bad time. Stale cache is always a bad time, but as you can see, a little bit of creativity, a little bit of luck, a little bit of can-do attitude. We've done it. And then it rolls off the edge of the collider because, you know, look at them go. Majestic, aren't they? Just special. So it works in the end. Like, that's the best part. If you look at it, it works. It's a little gooey. That's okay. This is supposed to be gooey. Una says, Collider? Hardly know her. Yeah, exactly. The goddamn thing works, is the thing. Doesn't look good yet. Doesn't look good yet. That's okay. Brilliant. All right. Now, I believe you got to stick that landing. Speaking of sticking the landing, that goes for me as well. Pick a lane, brother. What do you want? Okay, sure. I mean, listen, it's funny, except when an actually acceptable solution comes along. So it's like 9 times out of 10 it'll glitch out, but the 10th time it's good enough. Okay, hold on. I mean, you know what? Not the worst thing I've ever seen. Yeah, sure, it's bugging. Like, it's bugging hard. It just gave up. We can't deny that it just surrendered. Utterly. But, you know. current cache to bake. So now it's deterministic. And like, yeah, it's bugging, but it's fine. Check it out. We can now manually fix these a little bit. Can I say as I failed to manually fix them even a little bit? Tell you what, it happens off camera. It's good. Okay, it just kind of flaccidly dies, but... No, if you just pretend that's not happening, it's okay, I guess. I guess I have some questions about those constraints. Delete the bake, I guess. Tell me about yourself, constraint. What do you got? You're not breakable. And it says, I mean, the motion actually makes sense given the animation when physics takes over. Correct. I agree. And it seems to be good. It seems to be good that we're all in agreement, because this goddamn thing not making another one, huh? And it says, but it also, like... Yeah, I mean... Delete all bakes? I don't know. It doesn't seem to want to stop. It's like it's locked in now. Even though I said delete the bake, it's like, no. No, I'm not gonna. And it says, splits but doesn't split? Why does it split without splitting? That's a good question. I don't know what you mean. But I know what you mean. But also, like... And it says the. I don't know how to explain. I mean, you can see it right here. Sword goes through, sword doesn't go through. This is better than I did. The energy is intense, so it just kind of does it. But, you know, there's only so much we can do, right? I mean... Part of it, I think, is that it slaps... Yeah. You would think, oh, it got cut by the knife. And maybe it did, but it also slapped Knox's big collider hand, and it just took the blunt force trauma. This is the part that remains attached to the ground. You can see how there's two pieces at the top of it that are still attached to each other, but not to the other pieces, except that visually they are attached. Well, yeah. So I can explain that with a little bit more detail. The reason that the tentacle pieces are attached is because the tentacles are not actually connected to the tentacles. Like, what determines the tentacle's deformation is an armature that actually parents those objects. So that means that it only splits the place where I put in a seam manually, right? This is not like an infinitely cuttable tentacle. There's one breakpoint. I knew what the breakpoint I wanted the breakpoint to be, and I got it. Now, there's only one problem. The remainder of the armature is not supposed to break. It's not supposed to be a breakable. But for whatever reason, Blender in its infinite wisdom decided, you know what? I'm gonna wreck it! And it wrecked it. And so, the thing flew apart into pieces, and each one of these is parented to a deformer bone. So, naturally, the rest of the tentacle just kind of flies away. And, yeah. You know, if I hadn't had two different crashes while playing with a physics system already, I would say, you know, but I've had two different crashes playing with a physics system already. So I can tell you, Blender's physics system is a little bit jank. And it says, why it do and say not do? That's a good question. It's got 10 substeps per frame. My suspicion is that I have, the thing with these physics engines is that even good ones, and maybe Blender's is a good one, I don't know, you need to actually learn it to use it properly. I don't have time for that. I don't have time for that. I don't know how these things work. I did my best, I gave them weights, I did all that, but sometimes the energy is too high. And as you can imagine, when a tiny little stone man is hurtling at you at terminal velocity, energy gets pretty high. So this is the best we can do. It's time to just admit it. Now what's nice about this is that we can still see where this was going to land. So we can animate Lux, and we can animate Knox, and we can animate everybody else. But this is as good as I can get it, I think. This is as good as I can get it, unfortunately. I did a lot to be proud of, I will say, but maybe not enough. Might as well do a test render here, take a little break. Yeah. It's a little dim, but let's render the image and see how long it takes. Come on, OBS. Come on, window capture. Yes. Yep. Blender render. That's right. Okay. This one can go in the trash. Okay. As can this one. It's getting slow. There's only so much I can do. So let's see. How long does it take?